Well then, you finally get ready to get started with the actual fucking game now. No more tutorial. I'm ready, I think. I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion. I will form an opinion. I am so excited. I am begging. Please be like interesting. Please be a character that I actually want to hang out with. Please. I'm begging you. I don't know if I like any of these guys so far. A couple of them are kind of just boring, and one of them's a fucking weirdo that I want to kick while he's on the ground. Fucking weirdo. So how are you guys? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. I did some writing over the weekend. It was good. I have a milk waiting for me in the fridge. So, you know, if times get tough, I'll go and get myself a new fucking milk. That is Nayuta personality-wise. You're not putting much confidence in me, Zedius. You're not putting much confidence in me. Now, I'm pretty sure that this next case is about as long as the case last week. So we should be okay. We should be okay with time. Fuck, I'm fucking hungry. Can you believe this shit? My body wanting breakfast? Disgusting. I've got things I need to be doing. You can eat in 4 hours. Ridiculous. Bitch, Yuta. Oh, please be good. I want him to be good. What have I been doing lately? Well, I commissioned more art. I got more art from my character's original designer, which is really nice. I want them. I like their art style a lot, which is why I got them to design the character in the first place. So it's nice to get like more art of them. What else? I've been watching Mob Psycho for the first time, cause you know I've seen it around on the internet and stuff, and so it got me curious. So I've been watching that. It's been a time. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't want to be negative. I at least like the characters. It's the story that has got me going. This is kind of okay, I guess. Give me a spin-off, and I'd be okay with a spin-off. I'm so lame. I don't watch anything interesting. Look, if you like that's only the season 3 song though, and I do like Creepy Nuts. I will say, not my favorite song they've done though. I think I prefer the songs they did for Call of the Night. But that's just me. I haven't gotten to season 3 yet though, so I'll just have to see. Because the thing is that I like... So my thoughts when watching season 1 was that I like all these characters, and then we stopped hanging out with those characters to focus on other characters, and I didn't give a shit. So I wasn't into like the actual plot stuff. You mean the songs they made for the anime based on the song they made called? No. I mean the songs they made for the anime based on the manga called Call of the Night. The opening theme that they did for the anime is called Daten. I don't know anything about it. I've just seen the anime and I was like, oh, this is... the Call of the Night anime is really fucking weird. Because it's like... Well, I don't fucking know anything about it, okay? I don't know anything about it. Anyway, my point being that, I haven't listened to much shit. And I don't know anything. I can't read Japanese, so I don't know names of songs. I don't research this shit. I'm not as much of a Call of the Night fan anyway. It's just that, I'm just saying that I've never heard of that everyone was talking when Creepy Nuts was getting popular, they were talking about the Mob Psycho song. And I was sitting there like, okay, this song's fine, but Daten is way better as a, like, it's just a better song that they've done. But like, I guess it fits with Mob Psycho because the Mob Psycho themes are kind of weird. Anyway, my point being that I like Reagan and I like Mob. I don't give a shit about most of the other characters, at least not within the plot line that they've set up. I'm not a fan of the story. Like, I was watching season 1 and like we just like started doing shit with his brother, and I was like, this is really fucking boring actually, and I don't care. Like, fuck, I thought Reagan was popular. I feel like I spent only 5 minutes with the guy. Like... Anyway, that's what I've been doing. That's mostly what I've been doing. Just watching Mob Psycho. It's, weird. I'm gonna... This is why I don't watch popular things. Because people be like, oh, it's a comedy. And I'm like, oh, I like comedies. And then I watch it and I'm like, oh, that's what you meant by it's a comedy. That's not what I meant when I said comedy. Anyway, I think Reagan deserves a home-cooked meal and to be tucked into bed. That's all I'm saying. Ugh, I'm bored now. I don't want to talk about anything anymore. You should watch the entire Monogatari series. Fucked if I know what that is, and it's... And because you're using that emoji, I choose to not believe you and forget that you ever said that to me. Oh. OBS, can you work, please? Thank you, OBS. You know exactly what I need. Oh, I still haven't fixed my mouse. I miss you, Tato. I miss my tiny little Tato. I need to fix it.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
Yes, are you?
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Okay.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Fuck me! Oh, can I punch him in the face?
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Old-fashioned. I love old-fashioned.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
I can't say the art isn't gorgeous. I mean, it's as good as all the other Ace Attorney art. It's good.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Wow.
Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
No, the voice acting is just lower than the music for some reason. Oh well. Wow. Clockwork. I like clockwork. Ah! Fucking assaulted! Assaulted every time I hear that noise. Jesus. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Can't imagine you getting a whole lot of work done with all those gears in the back. They're fucking massive and turning all the time. That fucking noise would be horrible. But Lord Chief Justice... We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need to... You need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. I see. I see. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan? It seems I'm an hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around not doing we're around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am... Mal. I'm gonna go with Mal. Because and hopefully assume most people are just gonna call you Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Runosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, oh, I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand, I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astonished. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming grand exhibition here. We will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition. Oh! Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in the great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Oh, I've heard of World Fairs. Gosh, I could hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the centre of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. If you say so. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life abroad, aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honoured this appointment specifically to inform me of the news. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of your young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would you now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had cousin to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about the British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Birda. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey, he had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I'd have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance? That's all I'm asking for. Please? 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words into trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. But let me ask you one thing first. Sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form of test will... What form will the test take, exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Your timing is perfect. In fact, there's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate had been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? I kept myself into these situations. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Of course! Otherwise the game won't continue. I have to. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo? I'm sorry, Miss Sosatsu. But what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do. It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato meant is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified for this job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But, in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Alright then. Wow, scales. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. My thoughts on Strongheart. I think he has potential, but nothing that immediately strikes me, you know? I think he has potential. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favourite lines from Sherlock Holmes's stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I did freeze when I first saw him though, because I thought his design was incredible, but the colour he's wearing is a bit weird. It's like a more brownish olive colour, and I couldn't decide if I liked it or not, but I think he wears it well. He's pretty, he's got himself a pocket watch, he's got himself a cane, two of my favourite accessories for a man to have, he's got himself some gloves. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and I had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. I am so ready to meet the prosecutor. Please, 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 please be interesting. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this point. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east of your yous? We're from Japan, yes. Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... I need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. No, say nothing about it. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is... is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? There's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have nothing else to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ow. Ah, hit me in the eye? Ow! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's just a little embarrassing. The trial is about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dark. So, now, that what I want you to do, come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustered blazes! Do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, and just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, park? What? 'Tis called McGladden Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London. A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its choir of people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. I'm sorry that I'm giving you a completely wrong accent, but I can't do accents. But now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What in the is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. A good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students in a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. There's chances of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? I, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Bardock von Zeeks? Zeeks. He is the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. When Van Zeek stands in the for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Kinda hard. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the depths for a situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. Which, seems like a problem? You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Bardock von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? How would it be me? Oh, 'tis Anne. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. Oh, would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a law student, wouldn't you know? There's no accident, I can assure you of that. It's his fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in the courtroom, armed with nothing but to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late to the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Oh, well. You'll be fine. Oh. Wow, that must be... I can't imagine it's very nice to sit there. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different from the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh! Yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this is how you introduce yourself to me? So then, we meet at last. You and your lack of vitamin D in your skin. You look like you need to be... You need to, like, go in the sun for a little bit. With... The prosecution is fully prepared. This must be the Reaper of the Barely. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. And do you speak English? Uh-huh. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he answered the defense was ready. But I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Oh! Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. I'm sure that's what it was. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offence. You should be set to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defence to this foreigner? As I've already said, my lord, it is a grand thing to give opportunity to the young, even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. Gilded, what a fine gentleman. He downloaded £1,000 the other day. Wow. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. Gilded. It's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. Gilded. And most laudable. The most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, my lord, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever heard about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinion of the 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zix. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been one out of action for 5 years. Why did you have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as a thrice-fired mason. Sorry, thrice. He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Thank you. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Oh, good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. Gilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. How did I get into this? I'm back into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at the time. Only 2. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus Gilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. Gilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting, so it is, and when I opened my eyes, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before me in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it. There were multiple witnesses to the precise amount at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. The precise moment. Order, order. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. Beppo. My thoughts on that, Prosecutor? Well, he's okay, I guess. I love the way he tilts his head back just a little, the angle in which the camera looks up at him, and the way he bows in a very slow manner, pointing he does, and his outfit and his gloves and the vague vampire theming. He's okay, I guess. He's okay, I guess. I have no character, but him, physically... Bipple. I'm driving omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady D. First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, in a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right. Yes, sir. Very well then, let's proceed with your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I'd had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused reached over and punched a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read the civilization in Eastern Islands nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Tell me, Nipponese friend, have you even travelled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived at London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff, bring forth the stricken omnibus. So, that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best view of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of the omnibus. And I should point out that to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing the view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh. The penny drops at last, I say. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought to the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Have I mentioned that you have gorgeous eyes, sir? Very well. I see no reason not to. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes! Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Give me a second. I'll proceed with my cross-examination when I actually have a look at things. Mason, brickmaker, cause of death. 15th of February, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying on an omnibus. Died due to an internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. I see. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, Mr. McGilded... By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Huh. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. I see. So that's all then. Wow, it's really cool, actually. The Phoenix Wright omnibus, I'm sure it is. That's so cute. London 5th Avenue. Jobmasters London head office. Wow. What am I meant to do? Oh, I got my buttons confused. This is also really weird that there's no music at the moment. You can certainly see inside the carriage of the opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would be able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. So, this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights just with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in a freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay up late. And that's where the guy sits. Oh, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Scene of the murder. It's horrible. Very cool. Yes. Blood. And nothing else really of note at the moment. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large, and quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Okay. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower? It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Ah, that's a poster for the exhibition. That's due to start in 6 months from now. And drawing attention for the tower. Interesting that they have 2. That's blood that soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Yeah. Which is interesting. Seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough to gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Well, I'm glad you think so, Mr. Naruhodo. I take it that this has nothing... You're not going to, like, let me talk about this yet? Seat has a handle, it seems. Oh, for luggage. This looks like a sort of all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoes, shoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. I see. Well then. Well, I'm not sure there's really much else I can be looking at in here. Well then. Alright, go on. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus! Runosuke, focus! Oh, that's hot. I love stained glass. It was the last class of the evening, so I had a few customers I needed to fill. The victim and the man accused of killing were sat next to each other inside the bus. And then, out of the blue, the accused reached over and plunged a knife into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I testify that? Or are fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Wow, fair dinkum. Never thought I'd read that in a game, honestly. We say that a lot in Australia, jeez. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. That's no good. Really got to back up. Perhaps you could just tell me what you saw in a little more detail? My lord. Jury number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other, and they shouldn't be. And every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example for my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case. One by one, they each cast a ball of fire into great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm even more worried about than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. Screamed I did. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
And what exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that could be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by passenger, obviously, you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Yes, and then the other passenger that had that knife in his hands, like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he punched it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to dispose of rubbish? No, I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today, and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw only logical conclusion. I think you're all just fucked. Again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything is, at the moment, is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. I just need to calm down and listen to the witness statements again. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Last pass of the evening, I had a few customers I remember well. Victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the class. Out of the blue, he stabbed him. Okay.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. And there was a lamp on side, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt there. I really wish there was. Okay.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up there on the roof seat. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly. That huge, great knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Juries look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel, this is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is embezzled prominently with certain initials. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M for Magnus, or perhaps McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Again, the weakest objection I've ever heard. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like for Mason.
Objection!
See, he knows how to fucking say objection. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. That part is a sheath, right, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung around his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see the blade. Gorgeous. I want a blade like this. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. It sure is blood. The victim's. Ugh. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Well, I think... an ornate M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilda's initial. And it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. W. Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all. But what I'm sure of is that it's an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly squashed. I guess so. Anyway, I feel like that horse is important. I don't have an eye close yet.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, sir, that's right, sir, yes. Ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all travelling in the same parts of the bus, of course, so no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, but he does every night, the last bus of the day. And I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I'd spend that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. A murder on my own bus. It's too awful to think about. I have been able to shake the cold ever since it happened. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, you're another 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It would be right to make a decision before hearing all the It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I have heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, I just keep... Beepo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses on the stand? Oh, yes. I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near here where I live. A gilded park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on the Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He is doing wonderful things to the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Well, I don't care about you, child, at the public court. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man he is? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one that is with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties have deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So, has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It would come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Sato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilbert, but where is the evidence to support your claim? How sexy is that? Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Ah, there it is! Lord Vanzeek's hallowed chalice. It's... How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept the new evidence. A catalogue of 20 people who had borrowed money from the defendant. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel! Still, maybe it's all for the best. Oh, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more. I don't stand for nonsense. I feel bad for the judge, having to sit next to balls of fire. That was it. The last juror's decision. Yay! Next case! According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Miss Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes. You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A. Summation examination.
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century was that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text in British law wouldn't have given such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse the decision. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse the decision. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I think I don't want to have to go through more tutorial. This whole game is a tutorial for the second one. Jesus Christ. Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out and admit defeat? Fucking fine. Not like I'm doing anything else. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedures. I do get to spend more time with Mr. Dracula, but like... But this is boring! I'm bored! I'm really bored! Summation examinations are an embarrassment and should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital to this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention of this was made before. I don't really hold with all this justifying talk. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. think this would come back in further trials? They wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't going to. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted in years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity I've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGilded guilty of this most serious crime. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He had an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap right next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you're having a good time today. Thank you for stopping by. Hello, how are you? How was your stream? Thank you for coming. We're playing Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's a time. We're on the 3rd trial and I still feel like I'm trapped in trial 1. So, how are things? How's the stream? What were you guys doing today? Let me do a shout out. How do I spell that? T-E-R-A. You're on trial 4 and you still feel like you're trapped in trial 1? I'm so glad you feel me. Oh, I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm so bored. My expectations were set too high for this game and now I'm bored. But thank you for stopping by, Child Terror. At the very least, I get nice character designs, you know? I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far, and drawn a logical conclusion. You thought it was a skill thing rather than an expectations thing? I think for me, because it's like, we're being tutorialized again, and it's the 3rd fucking case. But I get it. Like 4th trials do tend to be, like, a bit harder than the other cases anyway. I've been playing, like, all the fucking Ace Attorney games, so I don't feel any smarter than sometimes. Sometimes I just fucking don't know what I'm doing, but I think with this game, for me anyway, it's an expectations thing, because everyone was always telling me how amazing these games are, and I'm sitting here like, okay, but where's the good bit? Analytical conclusions. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised our prices above 4 pence for 4 years. You play the mainline games off stream except these 2? Well, they're good, aren't they? They're just... I'm excited. I am doing these games, and then I get to go back to the loving embrace of Miles Edgeworth by playing Investigations. But first we gotta get through this, and then after we do these games, I'll form an opinion, and I'll do a character tier list at the end of it, and you need to play those games too. Oh, it's so good. I love him. Oh, Miles. Miles is cute. I love Miles. Oh. He's so bad at feelings, and I love him for that. Scoundrel! Stabbing that poor man on the floor. His belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Miss Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then... Alright, Altera, I'll be here, waiting for your return. We'll do this together and sob. They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. So what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the juror's own words to make your arguments. Oh, what do you mean? Well, 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. Ah, that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradicting statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. This sounds convoluted for absolutely no fucking reason. Like, okay, I'm not against the idea of, like, adding a jury into the mix of things. I don't want to fucking do this, though. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Yeah, I agree. I can't fucking do this. You have to pull it off. No, we don't. We can just... I want to go back to Japan, please. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask that you take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Okay. So, there's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be him. I trust the driver, he has an excellent memory. Seems 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. 4 pence. Scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. So, we just need to find 2 jurors with contradicting statements and put them against each other. Which is much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were thinking? How did you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you needed to find yourself. You happen to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? Or is it a little... It is a little long, I'm afraid. No. If I have to rely on advice right from the start, how will I get on later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, that sort of attitude is most admirable, Mr. Naruhodo. I know what I have to do. Let's listen to these assertions one more time. 8, 12, 16. 8, 4, 8, 12, 16, right? So 20 pence is wrong.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh, dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. But the figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end him? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of sails. And now, hold your horses. There, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beepo. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. I wonder how those chairs work. For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we could force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where we must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertion. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. The innocent, I should like to hear what the slip-shop bookkeeper has to say for himself. He struck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion. It's fine. Stabbing the poor man on the floor.
Objection!
These two statements are completely contradictory. Oh, what? Explain, counsel, post haste. Dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? You don't know what contradictory means? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, jury number 3... What? I can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? Or what sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this! Struck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that's what Mr. That was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. And take a look at these two jurors. He struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless me, my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. See, scales? I don't believe it. Wait! Now, hear this, my fellow jurors. I warned you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him, in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself to this? Answer me this, dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now, let's say, the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that? Oh, are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ugh, they're really ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be blind? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? That's a good question. It's out of the question. Autopsy report says he was only stabbed once. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. Oh, what you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As a foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw different moments of the same crime, as proven by...
Take that!
The autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Miss Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means... For jurors end up leaning not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! Oh, goodness. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I shall take a razor blade sharp and shave every last hair off his head. That's gross. Don't ever do that in my presence again. Please, tell me he's a barber. Well, it's quite a remarkable turn of events. The defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice, and the jurors are now standing at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. The trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zix, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious me. Anyone ever tell you that you're gorgeous? Goodness gracious me, you must have quite a bit of money to be doing that, don't you? Wasting all that wine just to smash it like that? How are you going to clean your glove now? Having savoured the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crushed to dust. Pray forgiveness. Forgive the discourtesy. Oh, sir, I'm just worried about your hand now. Lord Van Zix. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? It's just you. There's giant balls of fire there. I think it's not that. It's not like that at all. As your acquainted tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honoured a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence, after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh! No, your cape was gorgeous, sir. I was enjoying it. But that's okay. It can just lay on the middle of the floor, I guess. Collecting dust. Not gonna, like, hang it up somewhere or anything. Bring forth the witnesses once more. His eyes look so sad. Like, is it just me, or does his face make him look really sad? Like, all the time. Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your own bus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Now then, witness, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Beppo! Explain yourself. I'm really sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor to the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each. Yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Alright. Oh my goodness, my legs. Oh, stretching. Okay. I carried 4 passengers that night, I swear. I was told I had to 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point in which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out of his belly all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Oh, no.
Hold it!
Sort of stabbed. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been such talk of a 5th passenger, but yet, as of yet, 0 evidence. What are we wasting all this time for, hey? It's black and white, the man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment the defendant literally stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip? I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was deriving the horses when I heard the scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, as I saw it through the skylight, the gentleman was on the floor, the knife was sticking out of his midriff. That's right, yes, the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of stabbing. Did I? Oh. You know, hearing a man say "struth" is really fucking weird. Like an old English man? This is what I mean by I'm It's really weird hearing slang. Slang that I know about in games. I'm not used to it.
Excuse me.
Did you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't see the exact moment the fellow stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh. Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but I see no reason why. Why a man... Why, if you're sitting on the top deck, you would bother looking into the thing, unless you were just, like, not looking anywhere in particular at all. I don't know. Who knows, Sook? Don't make me do this twice, please. Well, I suppose some days are like that. Sooner or later, you'll see something you wish you hadn't. If you're always peeping through the skylight on the top of an omnibus. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clearly as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Did you think I'd forget about the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. Let's make his last statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should take a good look at the court record. Don't you worry. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, I've managed to keep our chances alive here. How much longer in this trial until we get a save point? Because I kind of want to make lunch. Can we take a lunch break, please, Renosuke? I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering the important new information. Yes, you're right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among those witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting to us in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them on it. Yes, I know.
Objection!
It's so fucking weak. It just pulls me out of it every time. Like, it's like the guy wasn't even trying to scream into the microphone. Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a bit thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Miss McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark colour stain here. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. It's okay, you didn't lie about anything. You're here now and I'm happy about that. Why, I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. Wow, look at him. You know, this isn't what I came in here for, but, they deliberately gave him that shadow over his face. It makes him look very menacing. That's a bit too deliberate. Jesus, you're 32. So again, not what I came in here, but Jesus, you're 32. Jesus, you look so sad. Do you need something, sir? Do you need me to, like, sit down or something? It's okay, Moopai, we'll just hang out after stream. It's not that big of a deal. You're here, Moopai, and I like you, Moopai. You're so cool, Moopai. Anyway. Still, you look sad. I see, okay. Yeah, it could turn the tide of the trial completely. I'm not drooling over him. ZDS, you are... Why are you overplaying this so much? I'm allowed to like characters. I'm allowed to like characters. Something to show the man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. What would be a compelling reason to lie in your testimony? I don't know. I guess I didn't actually look at this though. It's because it's funny and I'm annoying. It's just, I don't know, you just pick and choose your battles, and I'm just curious. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from the great detective friend, perhaps. The weirdo! The weirdo! The fucking weirdo! Fuck that guy! I'm sorry, you fell down while I was thinking about a weirdo. Fuck that guy! Fuck that guy! Fuck that guy! He's a weirdo! Actually, I wonder. I assure you, you will not find Mr. Sholmes's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Wow, look at this fucking handwriting. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see this name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. I see. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove! Are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present this evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right! Now, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Miss McGilda's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes, I'm almost sure that it was both his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not say. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of this trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes! I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen it. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's account. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. The blood on both hands of the assailant, I sincerely and distinctly remember. I suppose I didn't actually see the moment the stabbing transpired. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't see anything myself. The fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage. Okay. I don't have a lot of evidence. My question is, how did the blood end up on the seat in the first place? Because if he was stabbed like that and nothing really went down his chest, where'd the blood come from? When did it get on that part of the seat? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only when a mistake killed his gloves have any sign of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGill sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing his gloves. That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark colour stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilda's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh, yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I've had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up on the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in the cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events of the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility can't be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area of this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. Oh, you're really good at art. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one in which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on the seat, it's quite possible that the witnesses would have been completely unveiled.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been on the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Oh, don't make me guess. Because I do have an idea. I do have one tiny little idea, but I don't know if it's something that they would actually be expecting me to be thinking at this point in time. Look, I'm gonna go ahead with it. If I get backlash, I get backlash. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger on the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view. Well, I have to guess something now. But yeah, as I assumed, it's not something that they are really expecting me to be saying now.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGillard. Mr. McGillard? What are you talking about, Castle? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Sir, please don't do that to the gorgeous glasses. You surprised me, sir, that's all. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talked of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Being racist, are you? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGillard, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gore remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them now. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hats do tend to notice things, sir. And what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly had offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing that even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of a true culprit in the very cabin in which he travelled. He's right. If there was another person travelling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will already have a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If he indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilder to testify or not? Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilder to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little more time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear about what Mr. McGilder has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at my guild. Hearing what the patron of my favourite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, this jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Oh, my goodness. Seriously, how long has this been going? Fucking 3 hours! Oh, goodness. Okay, we're closing in on a break eventually. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilder, have you been listening to the discourse of today? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? Begad, no! 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all, or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilder? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. And 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? No, Magnus McGilder, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into the courtroom just like myself. And I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in the courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? I smell fire! There's a fire! Oh, jeez. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. A bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Wow. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos, as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to fill the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm so hungry. It's lunchtime, yay! Oh. Oh, trial. Okay, I need to put on some fucking lunch. Ugh, I'm gonna just make my garlic bread as I do every fortnight. Because, I don't want to fucking cook. I have no interest in anything else. We'll continue. Give me, like, a little bit. Alright. Ooh, 10 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes for my num-nums to cook. My num-num can cook. I should put on a timer for the timer. What's it is? 12-minute timer. Thank you, Google. No one. Ugh. I mean, I don't really want to be eating while I'm in the middle of doing all this, but, well, I'm gonna do it anyway, I guess. Because I don't want to sit around for 12 minutes talking about nothing at all, or we could be continuing. Fucking sound, I hate it. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Miss Sato, wonderful! I was just wondering. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, that's what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually. There was so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here in the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. Oh, what's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes out to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there was in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, this is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato.
Yes!
Oh, 18th of February. 1 p.m? Wow, what a late trial. There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused a disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zieks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army.
Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name?
It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in the courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that the wee lad was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It is all tied with the events of last night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in this case. Just what did happen that night. It's not like the defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Yeah, not like I needed to know this whole time. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. But begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. Bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather when I'm in question, the young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. You look so disgusted every time you do that, Naruhodo. On the night in question, I took the backseat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the ground having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I would like to say. And when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream. From the seats above in the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Hold it!
You set him up, the victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And he wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in the carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of a London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is tactful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I would try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangled mess of trouble. Are you suggesting you were going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was already intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before. Anyway, anyone else got to the meddling. And that wee scream I heard, for example, wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, a scream he says he heard at the same time of the sound of the scream of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her up on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right. Just next to the dead gentleman there. Is that the young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are, I would say so. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilbert. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else in his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk with Mr. Gilded before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. How did you know? My bread should be done. My bread should be very much done. Oh, bread, I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat the bread. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing, actually. The bread. Ugh. You guys want some garlic bread? You guys want some garlic bread? I got lots of garlic bread. I need to tomorrow. More naan. More naan. Sorry, I hit you. Because naan is the other thing that I like eating during stream. Because it's easy to eat and I don't need a lot of it. Bread's filling. I like bread. Bread's really good. Ugh. Yep. Here, bread. Ugh. Ugh. I do really hate eating while I'm reading, though. I don't like doing it. It feels rude and like I'm interrupting the trial. You know, like how all these men in their drinks interrupt the trial with their drinks. Fucking drinks, you know. Night in question, I took the seat in the back of the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were none. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side, so as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the backseat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one that the poor gentleman with the stabbing was in. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Thud and scream woke me up. Philip collapsed at his feet, so I sat him across from me.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The weird scream I heard is as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus for ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, our bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside.
But I already did that. Fine, we'll have another look at it, even though I already took a look at it. Yes, yes, yes.
That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, the blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zeek's made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Yeah. Obvious blood stain like that. Usually the prosecution lead you into a trap. Let's see, it has a handle on it. Oh! Why is it different now? This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Yeah, this is... It's different. Why is it different all of a sudden? Is anything else different? Not on the outside, it doesn't look like. Anything else? Huh? Can you not do that every time I wanna look inside? Doesn't look like anything else is different. But that is... weird. Okay. And that's why I found it. Oh, thank you. I've heard enough. The events are, as explained, are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief. She's got a good design, though. Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Gracious, how... What was the point of that little side step? I don't know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself back into a corner. She got so she knifed the jet. Go on, that's what's in your ads, ain't it? I hate all these fucking accents. I can't do them. No, not at all. This is a court of law where Peter. Ow, my eyes. Knives are for cowards. Only thugs who use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. You did tell me the accents are quite heavy, but the problem is I can't do accents, so they're all stuck sounding like me. Ugh. Hang on, I'm gonna split apart my garlic bread so I can actually fucking eat it. Ah, it's hot still. It's hot still. Ow, my fingies. Ow, my fingies. Ugh. Ow. Ugh, ow. There we go. Okay. Just learn to do accents. You have no. You can't just say that. You know accents are really fucking difficult. At least to do them accurately. I'm a professional, alright. Maybe not in your eyes, but I take pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons to thugs? Oh, yeah. This is a bag I lifted the other day, down where you keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Oh. Do not wave that thing around in my direction again. The fact that your eyes do not follow what your hands are doing is really weird, and they should have animated that. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? Tis alright there, so you can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So, I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, and just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show from me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, if you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place, it's pitching there. And after a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because that, this swell found me. It did help me get my way in mind. Okay. My big question is,
Why? Why is like 70% of the characters we're meeting people with blue eyes? Do the character designers just have a thing for blue eyes, or where they were designing all these characters? There's a lot of fucking blue-eyed people. I've been noticing it. The girl's got blue eyes. The prosecutor has blue eyes. The Chief Justice has blue eyes. His blue eyes are more of like an icy blue. They're almost white, but they're still blue. So many of these characters have fucking blue eyes. I mean, I do get it. It is like a bit of a design trope for European characters to have like blue eyes and light hair. It's still really weird though. Like, come on, give me some variety. Yeah, she let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGillicuddy. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. See, she couldn't have possibly killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is helpful. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole, of which you have spoken of, is underneath this seat, I presume? I'm sorry, I gave you an accent, Judge. You don't have one. Yes, it does appear to be large enough to accommodate someone of the ghost stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass just stuck it in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat in for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. So I couldn't live with myself if a young girl was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your actions was resulting in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my heart that I was innocent. So I found it was worth it, taking a punt to my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. Do you have blue eyes too? It's a very similar shade of blue to your fucking hair. Oh, goodness. Perfect gentleman, did you say, Grandma? My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Well, this trial will be prolonged. They can't possibly let me win yet. Not when we haven't discovered who the true culprit is. Well, 6 minutes as the jury counsel when they're counsel in their leaning of the verdict of not guilty. Mr. Naruhodo, this... Well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? I'm sure...
Objection!
See, there it is. Oh! Offense! Do you do stretches every morning just so you're able to do that? You must be so very flexible. It is with wine in hand. I'm sorry. I think I need a tall fucking glass of water. You said you were how old? You said you were how tall? You said you were how tall? Well, I'm going to delight in the sight as I eat the last of my garlic bread. Oh goodness. Oh, 6'4"? 6'4"? Really? Oh my goodness! Oh my fucking goodness! Oh my... 190. That... He's as tall as fucking Endeavor. That's like tall. That's the same height as Nekomori Nidai. That's tall. Holy. Okay. Where the fuck's my ruler? Where the hell is my ruler? Where the hell is my ruler? Oh my goodness. Where's my fucking ruler? I know I have one. I play with it like all the fucking time. I know Gant's 6'1". He's tall. This man's tall. Like, tall. Almost 2 fucking meters. If he wore high heels, he'd be 2 meters tall. And it is that time in history when men might choose to wear a heel too. This is Anyway, so he's 30 centimeters taller than I am. So he's a whole ruler above me. That's a lot. I am 160 centimeters exactly. Oh my goodness. Sir. 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 Can I call you sir? Can I call you sir? Do you have something else you prefer to be called by? I can call you prosecutor if you like. I've been getting into that a bit. The thing holding you back right now is the fact that you look so depressed and in no mood to be here. Give me a bit more conviction. You're, if the sight of my iron-hued Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in the British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion. The witness's latest statements give us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of the cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Gillard's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. I fucking knew it! Look, man, you and me, I'm on your side. I'm sorry, Naruhodo, but, look, he wears a cape. You don't wear a cape. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, the castle? And naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, Miss my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry. Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. This is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zix. Oh, my lord. I'm sorry, client, sir. The longer that I think about this, the less I remember anything about you and why I care. Oh. I don't know, I just... He's pretty. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of this little compartment under the omnibus? Exactly! I'm sorry, client, but have you seen the prosecutor? That's a pretty man right there. But you're meant to be on my side, and I am on your side, but the prosecutor has brought up a good point. And if I want him to look me in the eyes for even a second, I have to agree with him sometimes. He's into that, you know? I don't think you should be flirting with the prosecution. So, shit, it's nothing. We just do this all the time. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Be whist? What are you saying now, you daft door? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something in compromise to his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. This is not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubby hole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Did you think perhaps it might be in your best interest to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and a pick purse are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. Oh, what? Oh. No. It's a trick, of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of outstanding cross-examination. And counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What has happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Do I ever get to see you in your gorgeous cape again? Please, I like capes. Snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, as always. But it was a right old waste of time.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Oh, why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my way to in the guard permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say guard permit? He can't probably slam his foot and if he wears the cape though. Yes, he can. It's just a cape. It won't get in the way of his splits. And I will agree with you, AJ. Sorry I hit you, but Naru will always, he looks confused all the time. Just all the time. He so rarely looks confident. It's really strange. But yeah, well, what can't call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place to get away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. So you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. I don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on to find a child now, do you? So, this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit, then? You can't see a blind thing in there. In that hiding place, it's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look out the crack. But then I have a butchers that who are gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So, most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason, that nighty Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy to see dark places. And happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown into clink. Ah! I know that word now. But it's the only place to add them characters, so it's Upson's choice. I do. Van Zeke's turn of the case without some weird tactic. It is pretty good. I do like it. I do appreciate that. Where he's just using he's just like, okay, but logically something you guys have failed to fucking mention here. I love that shit. I love it. See, the prosecutors are always so fun, except for Sad Marty. But we don't need to talk about him. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open? I say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, and I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it.
Hold it!
Oh, when you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling on the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. The point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and added quick butches while I added the chance, didn't I? The Irishman, sitting up the bloke, what had fallen to the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again. It was too late by then. I should never risk looking. Because of that, this swell found me.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you from your hiding place? Oh, scared stiff. Scared skiffed I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. And next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah. He took out a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both me hands got covered in blood. It made me feel like as sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to in that. And then I heard something from above, someone scream. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one to see my face, so I didn't look up. When the horses were drawn by up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back on the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we would just find some conclusive piece of evidence among the new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. There's something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put a finger on it.
Hold it!
So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit? Suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. That actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up all the mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman referred. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red cock of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? That's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, you know? Yeah. There's bushes and buckets and whatnot in there. I always chuck all that out and cram it in the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to a report filed by the police officer who first arrived on the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved it all out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. It seems we've reached the end of the line of inquiry. Continue. Okay. What is bothering me, Naruhodo?
Hold it!
That's not what I meant to ask. Oh goodness, he's pretty. Yes, can you just get on with this, please? Because I didn't mean to click it. Okay, so... the autopsy report, scene of the crime. I'm sure that'll be important. The glovey gloves. You can see the omnibus that was at the scene of the crime. The passengers both inside the carriage on the roof. Okay, but I'm confused as to what the because I have to present something because I already pressed everything and I didn't see anything. So I have to present something to something. A blind thing that was hiding pitch black in there. After a while, it hit a bang. I screamed. This guy over here found me. I don't know. I have absolutely no fucking clue. this feels like a lot of nothing is being said. At least in terms of my evidence. Something's bothering me, I just can't quite put my finger on it. Me neither, Naruhodo, but we have to. Can you just like... Can you figure out your brain? Because the reason I feel weird about this is because there's clearly something going on. A conspiracy, if you will. But I don't know how to point it out. It's just, the attitude is really fucking weird. And like, while the testimony does make things make sense, I can't say I'm like feeling the trust in the room, you know? Also, can I just say, I like this music. It feels too whimsical though. It's good music, but I'm sitting here like, this is so different. It's so fucking different. It's cool though. It's cool. It's good music. Hang on. Ah! No! Oh, that's horrid! Ah, I got that, feeling where you need to sneeze and then you don't sneeze. I fucking hate it. Ah! My fucking nose. My head. Oh, my poor everything. I'm a little guy. Oh. Well, I have absolutely no fucking clue what I'm meant to be doing with this. Am I doing something wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Hi guys. Game 1, case 3, yes. You think the bang statement is what it is? I don't know. I don't know though. Did you mean the noise of someone falling onto the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. The point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up to help the victim. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood to stab the victim. Did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. Okay, but... Okay, but what then? I'm confused. Because I don't... Because I don't have that much evidence. And nothing is, like, contradictory, so... It wouldn't be evidence that I need to do. But then it's pressing, but I pressed all the statements, and so now I don't know what to do. Fucking why do they have to have so many new game mechanics? Ugh! I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand what they want me to do. Cause what can I say? I can't say anything. Cause like I do want, there are things that I already know that will be pointed out, right? But all of those things that I already know don't mean anything at the moment. So I don't feel like I can do anything because the things that I already know are worthless to these statements. I did press everything, so I don't know. Press later statements first and then earlier ones at the same time. But the game usually tells me when it's something like that. Like they usually say something. I'm so confused. Press the third one?
Hold it!
You couldn't see out of the cabin at all. Nothing at all. Yeah. Couldn't have a look because we were trapped in there. Yeah. I know this trilogy was written by them, right? But it's not a trilogy, it's a pair of games. It's just the problem is because the game has been so hand-holdy up until this moment. So I don't have any fucking clue.
Well, now.
I'm so confused! And fuck you! That's bullshit. No, I'm not saying you. You're fine. I love and appreciate you. Fuck this game! Fuck it so hard! Anyone who told me this game is better than the Apollo trilogy are fucking wrong. They're just wrong. This is the most bullshit I have ever experienced in the entirety of the Ace Attorney franchise. I can't enjoy the story because I have been railroaded by tutorial after tutorial after tutorial with characters that I do not give a shit about. Well, I don't know what duology means! Oh, you mean the two games are better than the Apollo Justice trilogy? Well, fuck you! One of them has Black Quill, does this have Black Quill? I didn't think so. I didn't think there was a prosecutor named Black Quill. and look, you're allowed to have your personal opinions. I am, however, emotionally attached to Dual Destinies, and I can't escape it. I am suffering every second of every day. No, it's not you! The problem isn't you. The problem is everyone throughout my entire playthrough of Ace Attorney being like, I can't wait for you to get to Chronicles. Chronicles is the best and you're gonna love Chronicles. And now that I'm here, it's just like, oh my god, can it end already? Just, can you get to the good bit that everyone wanted me to see? Because this is boring as fuck. Yeah, sure. What the fuck do you want to say now, you bitch? Care to explain to me why you wanna fucking say shit now, hmm? You are so lucky that I don't like being angry.
Excuse me.
You are so lucky that I don't like people disliking me. No. What I'm saying is my problem is up until that moment, they had been extremely simple and extremely hand-holdy. Because it was so much tutorial. That's my problem with it. And also, doing that's bullshit. Cause I don't like brute forcing my way through this shit. I don't like brute forcing my way through this shit. You can't say welcome to Ace Attorney. It's all I've been playing since August. Fuck you. Fucking Ace Attorney Chronicles. Fuck you. Fuck you! I understand why people like you. You've got weirdos everywhere. Fucking great. You've got great character designs, and I'm sure that people love the fucking extra gameplay mechanics. I'm sorry, they did what now? I'm sorry, they did what? They changed the VA in the update? They took away my Phoenix, right? What? I get it, they want consistency, but my no. Why would they do that? Why would they change Phoenix's voice? It's so iconic. I know why it's different in Apollo, but come on. Oh. Oh. Look, it's just no one can get. All I'm saying is the original trilogy and their like call out sounds, the best ones. Like there are some good ones. There are some other good ones, but like the original ones are like really fucking solid. Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I assumed. I assumed what you meant was when they updated it, they just used the ones in Apollo Justice. That makes sense. It makes sense for consistency's sake. It's just that when I first played Apollo, because I played it before because I was playing, you know, of course I was playing it before the update. I played Apollo, and I was just so jarred because I was like, this isn't Phoenix. Who the hell is this man? That's not my Phoenix, right? Anyway. Anyway. Naruhodo. You know I don't like being angry. And you know I want to enjoy this as much as I possibly can. So please, I beg you, make me give a shit. Make me give, please, I can see that the next, I can see that the next chapter is normal again, and I get an investigation and a trial. I know that. Please tell me. Please tell me it's good. Please tell me it's good. I don't want to hang out with Herlock anymore, though, but I have a feeling he's gonna show up again. Make me care about your characters, please. I can't. Please tell me it's of story importance. Please. I just want to understand what other people are seeing in you. Why do I keep consuming media that people tell me is amazing and then being confused? Why? I just want to be normal and like things other people do instead of being trapped and being a bitch for dual destinies which no one gives a shit about. What do you mean I can't get even merchandise of Athena? Not that I want it. What I truly want is Fulbright to be right there on my wall as a poster forever. Perhaps in the most beautiful way he's ever been before. But that's not the point. Please, greatest of Tony Adventures. I know that I am a man of bias, and I am a man who is pretty sure that perhaps one of the only reasons that I care so much about original things is because the old ones is because I'm a man who likes things to remain the same, and when things are new and different, I get anxious about it. It's the nature of me as a person. I don't like change, and I know that this is very different, and that should be good, and I should be enjoying it, and some of the mechanics are interesting, I guess, and it's okay, and I don't mind a lot of it, and I know that I'm unfairly criticizing you a lot, even though look, it's been not perfect. I will admit I had some fun. I have had some fun, and there has been a lot of bullshit along the way, and I'm not solidifying an opinion about you until I finish the game. Or even finish both games, because let's be honest, I made fun of Blackwill a lot throughout Dual Destinies, and then by the end of Spirit of Justice, I had decided he was one of my favorite prosecutors of all time. I love him. He's great. That's not my point. I should stop talking about it. My point is, please don't take it personally. Greatest Attorney Adventures. I know you have feelings and such, being a video game and all. It's a complicated story. So don't take it harshly. I love and appreciate you. So even if you do not turn out to be my favorite,
Ace Attorney game. You are still an Ace Attorney game, and I still appreciate you. And all the Ace Attorney games have some form of bullshit in it, and I have gotten angry at most of them at some point. And I feel like I'm being unfair to you, and for that I apologize. You don't accept my apology? Aw, damn. Well, sorry about that. Anyway, what were you guys saying? I'm sorry, I was staring at the game's logo while I was doing that. What were you saying? 'Dual Destinies might be my least favorite game if that spot isn't reserved for Justice for All. Which one's Justice for All? Which one's Justice for All? "12 more hours of Herlock? Fuck! Fuck! But he's a weirdo in the way that, in the way that I can't tell if I love him and I think he's hilarious, or if I hate him for it and want to kick him while he's on the floor. Justice for All I like because I like Francisca, and I'm a huge fan of that final case. What a good final case. But I'm that's my Francisca bias coming out. I love me a pretty woman. So far, my opinions, I think. My opinions... my opinions on the games are boiling down to how much I enjoyed the characters, which I guess makes sense, right? This is why I'm going to do a case tier list after I finish playing all the games, which will have to be after investigations. So it's a while away. But the last case is a holy grail that saved Justice for All for me. See? It's a really good fucking case. It's a fucking great case. I acknowledge that when it comes to the original trilogy, I have bias because I am most familiar with it, and when I am most familiar with something, it tends to turn out to be my favorite of that thing, right? Familiarity makes my heart grow fond. So I have liked... I think in general, I have ended up enjoying every game so far by the end of it. I have ended up enjoying every game so far by the end of it. Like, I have gotten frustrated at lots of points in the games, and I will, like, complain sometimes while I'm playing it. But by the end of it, they always have their little resolution, and I see the credits, and I'm like, oh, my heart! Oh, Ace Attorney, you've done it again! So I'm hoping that to come here. Ace Attorney 3 Investigations, The Greatest Attorney 2 are your top 3. Well, we'll just have to see when I finish playing. Like, I know that people don't care about Dual Destinies, like, at all, and it's, like, so low on people's lists of Ace Attorney games. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. You guys who were here when that shit was going on, you guys saw the way I was. Every time. Just every time. My microphone peaked so much during that game. Just a lot. just way too much, honestly. Yeah, ZDS, you're just fucking with me, so I'm not even going to grace you with a response. And of course, I have some. This is why instead of going by game, I would prefer to think of it by case, right? Because I think every game has a case that I like don't care that much about. As so I would rather go case by case and say my top 5 cases rather than my top 5 games, you know? But we'll just have to see, because I haven't played all the cases yet. I think, fuck, these 2 first cases are probably gonna be kind of low. But it's just all the tutorial cases are pretty low, so that's not on you, Naruhodo. I just don't care about most of the tutorial cases. You understand, don't you? Yes? I'm so glad I met the prosecutor today. Fuck, it's only been 4 hours, we're almost at the end of this. What I love about Ace Attorney Investigation 1 and 2 and the great Ace Attorney games is that they are direct sequels that build on each other. I do like direct sequels. I think I'm not liking some parts of the games makes your playthrough different, and I think that's good. Oh, good. I worry that me complaining about the game every 5 fucking minutes is really annoying. If you would rank each game's cases, would you say you have a bit of third case syndrome? I don't know. We did actually talk about third case syndrome on Friday when I was playing. The third case of each game I need to remind myself because part of my problem is that when I think about them by case, in my brain I don't count the tutorial among the cases. So to me, tutorial is case 0, and then case 2 is case 1 in my brain, so I get them mixed up sometimes. So in the original Ace Attorney 1-3, it's Turnabout Samurai. I fucking love Turnabout Samurai. I think Turnabout Samurai is fucking great. 2-3 is Justice for All case 3 is the circus? Yes, it is the circus case. The circus case, I think the circus case I liked it better in the anime. I thought I found it more fun to watch that case unfold rather than playing it. But it was pretty good. Like I wouldn't. It's like far from my favorite case, but I wouldn't say it's like a bad case necessarily. And then Trials and Tribulations third case is the restaurant. Yes, the restaurant was really weird. It was a big tonal shift in that one. People made fun of me because the victim's name was Glen Elk, and I was like, I've been to that beach. I liked that it set up Godot's vision problem. I liked Basil. Basil was pretty cool. Except she doesn't appear in the anime, which was sad. Overall, it's probably... I mean, what are the other cases in this game? Memories, Stolen Turnabout, Recipe for Turnabout, Turnabout Beginnings, Bridge to the Turnabout. Bridge to the Turnabout is really fucking good. Stolen... Oh! Okay, so... Recipe for Turnabout is my least favorite case in that fucking in that whole game. My favorite case in that game is the Stolen Turnabout because I'm such a
bitch for all those characters. I love them so much. And then I would have to say and then it would probably be a bridge for the turnabout to the turnabout, just because that's such a big, intense case, and I felt so smart when I figured shit out about that. That is a really good final case. And then I'd say memories and then beginnings, purely because I didn't like Godot saying kitten every 5 seconds. And then Recipe for Turnabout. That would be the Trials and Tribulations one. And then Apollo Justice third case. That one was the Gavin case. People always talk about how they don't like the Gavin case. I actually kind of like the Gavin case. I liked being able to see a different side of Gavin. And I like hanging out with Gavin. I actually really like Gavin. I think Gavin's a great prosecutor. I like hanging out with him. The law school case, I really like that one. That was a good case. I just hate the design of the I hate the design of the culprit. The culprit, that's the word I was looking for, the culprit. And then the Spirit of Justice third case. The Spirit of Justice third case is an important case. It was also a good case. It was a good case. I thought it was really interesting. I liked that it called into question the system that they were using for law-wise, and I enjoyed and I enjoyed, like, it's like the most important third case in out of all of them, I think. So I would say that if I had to, like, I would definitely say that the samurai one is definitely my favorite third case, and then it's probably the law school one, and then probably Myron Jail. Big Top Lammy Roar Maid. Though I do have a soft spot for the maid one because Gumshoe was adorable throughout that whole case, and I love Gumshoe so much, and I miss him every day. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. But yes, I do agree, Rod. The Big Top case would not be nearly as bad if the ages were just changed a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like in the anime, they don't mention ages at all, so you don't even think about that. But in the game, it's you just look at the profiles one time, you're like, oh, that's weird, my dude. That's weird. Anyway, my point is that I do truly and firmly believe that when I finish this game, I will feel fulfilled. So, if I'm being too negative, you're allowed to tell me to shut the fuck up. I don't want to be, like, boring or annoying, because I don't like watching people be mad, but I know some other people find it entertaining. It just makes me uncomfortable watching people be upset. Anyway, fucking what were we talking about? I got sidelined because I was thinking about Blackwell again. It happens every time. Right. I remember. I have to shut. Oh well, Zedia said I gotta shut the fuck up. Guess I gotta end stream now. Anyway, is something wrong, Mr. McGillard? I need to get more water, so my throat is hurting. Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Council? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? No, it's not uncomfortable feeling angry. It's okay. Okay, so it's okay for you to feel angry, but watching people be genuinely upset makes me feel bad, and I don't want to make other people watching this feel bad because I'm getting upset. So if that's happening, just tell me, please. Please, I want to be entertaining. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark, and 'twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. And I don't know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. Wish I could do an Irish accent, but I can't, so you sound more and more American the more you talk. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. Should we make of that last statement of hers? Sure, it's the only thing I've been fucking given this whole thing, so... Well, I don't think we can draw any particular conclusions from that. Very well, if that is your position as a defense. What's the matter, Miss Sato? Well, I don't know. Is that really true, do you think? It must be, surely. She said that she didn't hear anything? Perhaps that's precisely the point. Could that be important in and of itself? That face that she heard. The fact that she heard nothing... Continue with the cross-examination, Council. Telling me that I clicked the wrong thing? Death.
Hold it! Well, no. Excuse me.
Why do you all have blue eyes? I'd like some variety, please. A green-eyed character hero there, maybe? Maybe Hazel? Heterochromia, even? Bye. Don't make fun of them for having blue eyes just because you two have blue eyes. Everyone loves blue eyes. I believe the statements just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I don't know, mate. I don't understand where this is fucking going, so... I'm just along here for the ride and... Wow. Look at those fire textures. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade. Gina Lestrade. Lestrade. I'm so sure it's something. You will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all this fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and add the butchers to see what was what. And then, when I saw the swell getting on, I got me head down, and so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! Would you Adam and Eve it? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market, snoring like an old dog he was. Any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? That begs the question of when the victim entered the carriage, right? Miss Lestrade, what do you have to told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds, are you sure, man? Not really, but I'm going along with it. Absolutely. Oh, hi, I kind of forgot you were here. But not in that, not in a bad way, sir. I mean that I'm happy to see your design again. Oh, I'll get an outfit like that someday. Seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. I've been at the Sir stage with him the entire time. I don't know what you're talking about. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name, at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. Fuck me, I wasn't thinking that far ahead. According to Miss Lestrade, whilst she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGild snoring. But think, Ronosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. She should have heard the other person? Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. A sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
A thrice-fired mason? Are you just going to call him that the whole time? Yes, my lord. The sound of Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Miss Mason, boarding the omnibus. Water, explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person on to board the omnibus was Mr. McGillard. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. It was in his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after the onward journey. I'm not restarting the case just for Moopai. Moopai can watch the fucking VOD. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard him. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Mr. Stroud's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks? Yes, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency with Miss Lestrade's statement. You have the care laugh? Of course you do, my lord. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colourful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths and nothing more. It's dead right. The victim could not have possibly boarded the omnibus. It makes no sense whatsoever. The girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman? I didn't want to judge the girl because she has less of a salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. I wonder how that works. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. God, can you please get some eye animation? It's really uncanny. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nepalese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. That did not touch your fucking lips, don't lie to me. Yes, very refreshing. What the fuck is in that bottle? I understand that it's alcohol, considering the way that it flared up under the fire. But what is it? Is it your own special thing? How much did it cost you? Are you rich? What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You see, useless Eastern Modan. Ew, I told you not to do that again in my face, sir! This is carnage. It's perfect. Measurement number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going. I know. can't find some new way to convince everyone that Mr. McGill is innocent, the judge will rule and will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was already in there.
Feels correct. Clearly he was already in the...
Objection!
Yes, thank you. God, you're so pretty when you do that.
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Fanzix. The clearly is troubling me also. No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand. Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Well, clearly, I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for irrelevant rambling.
I must learn to ramble more relevantly.
The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes. So I ask you again. If this petty thief's words aren't to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance in the cabin?
Okay. Well, I can afford to be fucked over. Put there after he died, he's living on an entrance. Oh, I see.
The door wasn't opened even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
So weak. But there could be. There's one possibility we haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which is allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location of the to the court. Here's the omnibus. What is the entrance? It has a latch on it. I saw it with my own eyes.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight!
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words, however.
Objection!
The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addled-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from a seat having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from a seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting the victim fell into the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified for said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not as such a case of them not saying, but... 'tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason, not to mention that what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Huh? Oh, my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck a knife in the man? That knife in the man were... Ah! Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You brought her, he said. You brought her? What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay? You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, had me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's, I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too! About you, you rotten scoundrel! Order, order. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has been seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to the court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis can't possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. Intimated? In our British court of law, that is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put the idea forward without any actual evidence, but I can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about the hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see the matter through now. No way, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Why are the voices so low? What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators of the gallery are... they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony, in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keeping pushing forward. We were the only two people on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear that. If anything were to happen where we were sitting, don't you think one of the or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that when listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on the open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you say. We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two were in collision with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favour, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defence, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord.
Hold it!
So, at no time did the victim, Miss Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with the man here. Is this true, Mr. McGillard? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? 'Tis all but evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lark? Is this some kind of joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? You fair dinkum, sir. Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. It's so strange to hear fair dinkum used in this context. It's so strange. It's so weird. Oh, I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in the bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella, but you see, I was away with fairies and didn't hear at all. That's a lie! I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things and aren't real in the cold. It's hardly as surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? I believe we have reached an impasse here in this particular point. Ugh, you! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other female too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. In case neither else knows first, think about the victim.
Hold it!
So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lumed, no! Not once, never! He'd never met the man before, he said. Never! And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, and to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentleman who was inside the cabin.
Excuse me!
What's up, mate? You weirdo. Mr. McGilded. Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thoughts somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay! It hasn't been too long, so it has. If I'm not much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your payment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an conceivable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now it's not a touch of burgundy, is it? Your Honor, my client is guilty. Give me another one. That's so true. I don't trust this man with my life. If I needed someone to hold my drink, it would not be this guy. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you see, understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. A perfect fit, is it? Well, there's a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice-fired Mason? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord. This, you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So, it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. That sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say the two fellows here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded was certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let my little interruption hold up on your proceedings. Thank you for the STEAM achievement. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute? That's what he said. Take a look at yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. Though it is, of course. A fellow that size of Mr. Mason could likely break through, right through, still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Now you hold there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shot myself with it, as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, so I went as red as a bird. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir, the point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shade.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Ow. Ah, fuck. Ow. Popped a fucking joint in my leg. Ow. Miss Lestrade. It opens. Skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Oh, them skylights open. Dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you! Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and lay it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch was from the skylight, is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff, climb up to the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. Oh, my cat! See? Order! So, it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo? This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Investigate for myself. So the skylight was fashioned shut before, but now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. Thank you, thank you. I feel very blessed, thank you all. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us.
Ah. There you are, you sneaky little thing. Definitely omnibus. Review London. Da da da. Maybe I should do it from the bottom inside of it. Because this camera just doesn't want to cooperate with me. See inside the carriage, that's for sure. Yeah, I do need to do it from the inside. Oh well. Whoop. In we go. Stop complaining about it being a scene of a murder, my guy. Doesn't matter that much. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through certainly missing out a photo. What? Someone like me? What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. It's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to this case, can it? Well, you want your proof. You've got your fucking proof, Mr. Fairplay.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible on the omnibus and stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You cannot possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof. Here in the courtroom. Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence in which you alluded to? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Yes, I know it can kick someone like me. Yes, I know. Just get the fuck on with it.
Got it!
Got it! Is so fucking British. By Jupiter! Is that... What? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time. Cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Well then. What do you two got to say for yourselves, hmm? Gonna refute this? Order! But... The blood could have been sprayed up from there when the fella was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to the one particular spot on the skylight? Sure. And that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't we have a
look at the floor in the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First. This is all too plain, if you say. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropping from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No, but it can't be. It's all lies!
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now that the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I love your outfit, by the way, miss. I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us the delightful park could never have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Look at you. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zix? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? If it's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Van Zix, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? What a pal there. I must say, I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from the prosecutor of your stand-in, Lord Van Zix. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zix. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. I think it's fair to say This does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood and skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in this courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without a word and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it's definitely possible. I know it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can, but still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from the deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result, the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently on the stand, Miss Jean Lestrade. Yes, we all remember. Yes, I don't need a flashback of 20 minutes ago, please. I guess it wasn't 20 minutes ago, it was a little while ago, but I don't need a flashback to it. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as: to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, the compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. It's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if the evidence is a result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. Oh, what do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
Anything else unusual? My lord?
Yes, Counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil name are you going on to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark you claim appeared at some point during this trial? It would be this. Yeah, blood. Well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Ziegs has made no mention of it. Does it seem a little strange? Yeah.
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, we would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant? 'Tis over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing ruler of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Ziegs. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual can't stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Ziegs, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord. has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed with my adjudication. As a formality, I, of course, am obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now? With all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... With the way he's been acting, I am here in the courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Oh, okay. Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Yeah, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial cannot go on anymore. And your closing statement was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Oh, well, you have fun there. I really don't know what to make of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish would be disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mock my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. Thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Ziegs. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented was evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief. You have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Alright then. I hereby pronounce the defendant Mr. Magnus McGilded. Wow. Just the murmuring is great. Also, fireworks indoors, probably not a good idea. Can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence. The man's been cleared, he's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. Ah, and the girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. 'Tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh, they've all seen that I didn't do the odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellas at Scotland Yard can take matters in hands and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is, and they'll get it to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I'll be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that. Ah, you pissed? You're humble people, are you? You from the East? Well, if you insist. But you have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir, and there were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. There he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move! Well, as I want to say, get a move on, and she really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're grown up. Sorry? And I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Aw! You're so tiny. Naughty, naughty! Running off like that. It's some kind of picnic. There's a little girl now. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? Oh, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a prettier color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she finished it. Luckily, I fitted it with my telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about.
Anyway, you're coming with me now back to my laboratory.
What? What for?
To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician.
What? You mean, say sorry?
You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before.
An adult?
I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me.
Fine. Have it your way.
Oh, good! You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end.
Fairly sure that's what she wants, is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours.
We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye! I'm so sorry for all the fuss.
Let me guess, fan favorite character? She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way out now too? Yes. You're right, but... where to? Oh! We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our travelling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at the late hour of the day, I'm afraid we maybe have to look. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park we can spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our usefulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 Guinness would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of my first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there was more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the... How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. Oh. Oh. This can't be.
Oh goodness, look at him. You look great with that cape on, sir. He's not afraid of fire. Okay. Okay, that's 6 hours. I'm done now. I'm officially done now. went through my fucking 6 hours of the game. I'm done now. I'm done. Steam achievement, yay! Steam achievement, yay! Steam achievement, yay! I love Steam achievements. I have a hot prosecutor to look forward to and no more tutorials. I guess so. I guess so. He's not... Okay, so he's physically attractive, but that's it, you know. He's physically attractive and that's it. Look on the bright side, the full bright side. I love you, Rupai. I love you, Rupai. You're so cool. There will never be another Edgeworth. Oh. I mean, they could easily be. Edgeworth is like that enigma of... I love him as a character. I wouldn't like kiss him on the lips or anything. You know? So, Van Zieks could very easily become another Edgeworth. It's not hard to become another Edgeworth. Edgeworth will always be top tier. I'm interested to see where I end up putting Bardock on my He is, yeah, exactly. Miles is my baby boy. I'm very interested to see where I end up putting Baroque on my internal list of prosecutors. Because I don't dislike him, but I don't love him either. So we'd have to go like... I think he'd go like above, like that, the kind of that middle region, you know? Like, below... No, can I do that? I can. Below Gavin, above Godot, you know, that kind of middle range. Second games makes everyone likable, whereas this game makes only some characters likable. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because right now my standing is Naruhodo and Susato. I don't care about them at all. They're fine protagonists, but they're very basic and boring, so I don't care. Herlock is a weirdo and I want to kick him for it. Which is to say my feelings are complicated. He's fun, I guess, but also, fucking mate, can you not, please mate? Just not right now. I don't know how I feel about him. I can't tell. I think it's a love-hate relationship. I have a love-hate relationship with Herlock. I see the potential in the Prosecutor. I see potential in Barrock. But I don't, at the moment, because I've only just started hanging out with him, I don't particularly care. I think that's like, and because like I don't know anything about anyone else yet, it's like, fucking who cares? Hopefully you don't have to meet him again. The character on the front cover of the, on the front cover, and man, surely I won't have to see him again. That guy that so many people fucking adore, definitely only in that one case. Definitely in that one case, and so that tutorial meant fucking nothing. Yeah. It has been 18 hours of tutorials with barely any characters. But also, Susato is definitely the most boring companion. She's just, like, I compare her to, like, anyone else that I've like, stood on the stand with. She is the most boring. She's not interesting to me as a character. with how much he's not in the rest of the game. yeah, convincing you he's definitely not in the rest of the game. Yeah, like, he was just some one-off guy, you know? You know, that guy that we keep talking about? He definitely won't come back, not at all. The guy whose entire fucking silhouette is on the fucking investigation thing? Yeah, definitely not gonna show up again. Yeah, exactly. Who would never come back? I don't know what you guys are talking about. He just became a fan favorite because, you know, he's a weirdo and fans love weirdos. And okay, by the way, when I say weirdo, I don't mean that as a bad thing. I consider myself a weirdo. I'm calling him a weirdo in that Lamau, can I punch you sort of way. It's again, love-hate relationship. I make fun of him because I don't know what else to say. He's weird. Oh, but the next trial, well, the next case is 2-part investigation, 2-part trial. So, it should take about the same. I'm hoping it's another 6 hours. It might be a little more. The last case, which will be on Friday though, is a 4-part investigation and 4-part trial. So that one is going to be considerably longer. So yeah, when Friday we will be streaming for a little while. Which is good because it means I'm almost finished with the game, and then I can fully form an opinion on it by the end of the week, and then on the next week we can start the next game, which is apparently much better. Don't get my hopes up, guys. The last case, his name is basically a rip-off of one of Sherlock's stories. Yeah, I've never read anything Sherlock Holmes, so if they are making any references to it, wouldn't have a fucking clue. Am I making food after stream? I will, but it's 3:25, so I have to wait like an hour or two before dinner because like no one else is home yet. So, but I will make food eventually. I need to get more water. I ran out of water like halfway through the trial, and my throat hurts, so I should get more water. I mean, the case you just did. Oh, yeah. Again, if they are making any references to Sherlock Holmes, I've got no idea. Don't worry, Mupai, I'll hydrate. I just need to, like, say goodbye to everyone before I do that, okay? I will hydrate, Mupai. Don't you worry about it. Anyway, so I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Australian Central Standard Time at 9 o'clock in the morning. You can check my schedule. That will because the schedule on Twitch would be in your time to see what my next thing is. But so Wednesday we will be continuing this. Friday we will be finishing this game, which means that we will be playing Investigations by Christmas. Oh, it's so wonderful thing, isn't it? Am I going to do anything special for Christmas? No. Actually, what day is Christmas on this year? Okay, so if I have to take the Christmas week off, I'll let you know. I don't know if my family is doing anything this year because I haven't heard anything, but hopefully it won't, and we can hang out on Christmas. We'll hang out on Christmas, hopefully, unless I'm dragged to a family function, but you know, it'll be great. Yeah, I know it's always the same day, Mupai. I meant day of the week. But anyway, what else? My VODs for my streams upload every Wednesday and Saturday. I think we have just started posting the VODs of Spirit of Justice.
So, there's that. And every Friday I release an Utao cover, which, if you don't know what Utao is, you ever heard Hatsune Miku, you know what Utao is. It's what Kasane Teto was before she was a synth V. So this week I will be releasing one with Geki Yaku, and then next week I will be releasing more with my voice bank, the voice bank made of my voice. Didn't you know that I have 13 voice banks all using my voice? So you can make your own songs using this beautiful voice here right now. It's great, I know. Or you can just listen to the covers that I make because it's cool and stuff and you like me. Anyway, so that's all in the links, and we also have a Discord, and you can join the Discord if you want to. Hang out sometimes. Not doing a whole lot of anything. It's pretty cool if you ask me. Wow, there are a lot of people playing Chronicles today. What if you combined every single voice bank at once? That is what we call an integration voice bank, and I actually have been considering doing that. So you can have like vocal expressions and stuff. Lots of like the higher end voice banks have those. There's Chronicle Monday. Who do you guys want to hang out with? I'm really bad. I'm always bad at this bit. I'm sorry. But if not, oh, you want to hang out with me, Moopai? Aw, Moopai, you're so nice to me. You're always so nice to me, Moopai. See, chat, this is how you're meant to treat your streamers. You're meant to be nice to them. Being nice to your streamers is nice, you know? Makes us feel good and stuff. I'm not STEM. I'm cool and stuff. Oh. Here. Okay, so thank you guys for stopping by. It's always super cool to hang out with everyone, and I really do appreciate all of you, even if you just like hang around and listen to me talk about fucking, I don't know, I go on tangents sometimes, and I'm glad you guys hang around to listen to me do that sometimes. I went on like 2 different tangents today, I think. Oh, Jesus. But yes, I appreciate each and every one of you, and I'm so glad you're hanging out with me. Things are going well. Things are going well, and if it's late, you guys should go to fucking bed, okay? Oh, that's right, I do need to make a raid message. I'll think of one. We can brainstorm Moopai when we voice call, but I still don't know how to end this. I feel like I need to like make a fucking outro, but you know, I don't know, guys. I like all of you guys, and I appreciate all of you, and I give you all a big old hug. You're all cool. You guys all know that you're cool, right? Anyway, bye guys. Bye guys. Bye guys. Bye guys. Bye bye. Bye bye, chat. Bye. I love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.